It is time. All right, so I have to sort of figure out still figuring out how to get like the an offset and then a rotation. Uh um am I doing it like this? When I multiply transform, I'm transforming it like that. I think I am writing it like this. Okay, cool. So these are they're not. They should be in like the same exact place, but they're not. Right, okay. No, I understand. What I should have expected to see is that this math would just produce the same result. That's not the case. But it's close. Should it have been the other way around? Awesome. All right. So I get the exact same result on both sides. Okay. Though there is a small difference in one of these rotations. Okay. All right. So there is somewhere around here. I gotta relax before I immediately get annoyed at this just stuff. I have to get, however the rotation works. I mean, okay. Let me just say this. Get the between two. Okay, the thing is, I see conjugate here. Is it the same thing as the inverse? Inverse. It must be. Inversed. Okay, so inverse should just take the XYZ and invert them, right? That's what inverse should do. Perfect. Okay. So inverse and conjugate are the same thing. So when I see conjugate, it's inverse. So I take... Good. Okay, that's what I want. I want to know then the angle... I can probably close that. The angle from... I guess it doesn't really matter which way I go about it, but I will have this. Okay, so I have an error, which will be I'll think of it this way. I'll think of it being body relative to parent. And then this will be to get the angle from I want to do body minus parent. So I would say body times the inverse of parent. But it matters which way I multiply it. So I need to see which way they do the multiplication, because I think they always have it flipped the other way around, where the translation is, the translating thing is on the right side. Rotates the right by this. Okay, so it's actually the other way around from transforms. Great. Okay. So it would be rotate the right by this one. So if I want to do right minus... Okay, so I want to do body minus parent. So we parent inverse times body. All right. And then I think I have to do... Yeah, I'll do that just so I can read it, and then... Okay. Alright, error. Super small angle. I think normal quaternion should be 0001. I think that's right. So I'll just run over the print. And then I print the angles. Okay, cool. There's apparently a big angle difference. Is that large? 0.003 in radians? It's something, I guess. But that's, yeah. Alright, well. Okay, I mean, I've got it. I've kind of got it. I don't know, for now I'll just leave it printing and I'll see if I get any large errors when I walk into it. Errors are, this is 2 centimeters. A large angle difference. Not sure which one of those it is. It's probably this one. This one's like obviously rotated out pretty bad. Okay. Alright, so I do see this one over-rotating pretty hard. I don't know if force limit... Yeah, it's nothing there. There is... I'll leave that. Angular spring. So technically these two I should be applying something to stop this. But then they would have a torque limit. This is in like a different kind of unit, right? So, all right, let me try to get an understanding of like what this does. A swing, motor or friction constraints, motor rotation. So is this a swing twist constraint part? Is that what I have? Let me start all the way back out here. Um, angular spring. Axis angle. Okay. Angular spring. Spring parameters changed. Update spring parameters. Can I ever set spring use frequency? I think it says like set jolt flag, but you can't call these methods. Yeah. Update spring parameters, motor spring parameters, spring settings. Oh, okay. So interesting. Gosh. It's just I have to delete this again. This banner at the top, I know this is the case. It was always intended for it to cycle through. Hey, do a cheer. Hey, make a clip. Hey, subscribe. And it just keeps. Like honestly, I can't believe that they still have that running. I have to keep going over to it and deleting that element on the page because it is generally just too distracting. It keeps flashing colors and changing, moving text around. It's weird. Huh. Okay. So it's a motor setting. Motor settings. What was I looking at? I'm looking to see exactly how it does anything. Because there's motor settings, so I think I'll just look at motor settings. Motor state off, velocity. Motor state I. Okay. Okay, this is good. So a translation axis I less than 3. Okay. So a motor can either be in a target velocity, is what I think this is. Yep, target, it literally says right there, target velocity. Or it can be in spring. But that is per axis. So I can have the Y and the Z axis be on spring and the X be on motor, which is exactly what I want. Okay. Rotation motor active. Q inverse times body 2. Okay, so I actually do body 1, body 2. In my case, body 2 is node B, right? That's node B. Node B is itself. So I'm actually following along pretty close to what they have. I use the conjugate, which is the inverse of body 1, and then body 2 is myself. Okay. So this does is it gets a target orientation, which is just finding the shortest path. A dot with a quaternion? Sure. So if my current one is aligned, then I use that one. If my current one is not aligned, then I use the negative. I think there's like... whatever. So I do that. I find this is B minus A, right? So to get from this value to this value, from to, right? Is that right? Yeah. To get from and to, from is inversed and multiply from to 2. Okay. Switch rotation motor position active. me check this. Target orientation. Wait, how does this work? The target orientation? Oh, there it is. Okay. Hi, Yulia. More other streams, yep. Hopefully I can just keep doing this. Projected, rotation, position, motor active. Motor active. It should be active everywhere. Also, why do they multiply by 2? Okay, so it just means they take the difference, they convert to that, and then they run all of these on it. There's also has friction. I can't even set those up, I think. This is, yeah. Okay, so it uses motor rotation constraint part. Is just an angle constraint part. We're eating lately? What? Sorry, I didn't pay attention to that. Okay, calculate constraint properties. Engineering work, I'm just slopping by. Rotation axis. Rotation axis. Okay, so this is the world space axis, which would just be, like in my case, it would be convert this into a basis, then I'll just get like the X or something, the X, Y, and Z. And those would be the axis of rotation. And then I provide the rotation error. I have a 0 in there. And then spring settings, which spring settings are on motor settings. Okay. Something else. Constraint properties with settings. You see Marathon. Finally, as everyone expected, pivoting from hardcore extraction to focus on a new PvE only. I still don't understand extraction games. I still think that they fundamentally go against what a game is supposed to be. And what makes a game fun. I get the point of it. Iron Man mode and OSRS. What's that? I know Iron Man mode. Or I know like what Iron Man means. What's that last part though? Old school RuneScape. Okay. Nah, I don't know. Fundamentally, you are playing a game to get materials. And the only thing that the stuff you're getting does is make it easier to get other stuff. It's like but at the same time, there's no winning. You never win. There's no job done, here's your reward. It's just, you don't win. It's like, I would almost say like Minecraft Bed Wars, except get rid of like the game ending, and what you do is you just grab all your diamonds, run to the middle of the map, pick up more diamonds, come back with all your diamonds. And you have to keep doing that over and over again. And as soon as you die, it's like you never played the game in the first place. There's no concept of progress. You never have anything you come back to that's like relatively stable. It's like it'd be like a mobile base building game, except take out the base building and all you're doing is just doing like fights over and over again. And if you lose a fight, you actually lose their troops and then you never get them back. I still like, just in my opinion, it's a bad idea for a game. There's nothing you can do to make it better without adding extra elements. If your whole loop is just take in something basic that you always have for free and come back with something better to then go back and get a better thing, if that's the only loop, it's not a loop. You're climbing a mountain, but there's nothing at the top. And if you slip, you go, I mean, it would almost be like Bennett Foddy's Getting Over It games, except there's no end. There's a start, but there's no end. And the start sucks as well. The start just actually kind of sucks. Like I said, the main downside that makes it like not even a game anymore is that there's no tangible progress. It's like the ultimate desk job. And they can fire you at any time. Except when they fire you, you lose all your paychecks. Kind of thing. It's like, why would you do that? Like a roguelike? The difference is, at least with a roguelike, they make it fun by making the mechanics interesting. And also, it's a pretty common thing now that there is permanent progress. No matter what, there's some sort of permanent thing. You could walk into the room and die instantly, and you would still have made some amount of permanent progress. Except shooting 5 different versions of the same gun, or 5 different colors of the same gun, is not interesting mechanics. Which is kind of what a lot of modern shooters are at this point. There's nothing really interesting going on. You have differently colored guns, basically. This code is so hard to read. I'm looking for with settings and I can't find it. Jeez, with settings. Okay, so spring, it just actually uses a spring. A difference in angular velocities? Okay, so it's pretty much relative to what inertia means. But generally it seems like one inertia would imply pi units of force to make a rotation. I think, right? So inertia is sort of, I don't know, it's weird. It's weird to think about. Because there's no angles involved anywhere in here. We're just literally taking inertia and adding to the velocity step, to velocity. Which, you know, the difference of the angles, this is actually angular velocity. So this is computing wait, what? Oh, we're not doing solve velocity constraint. We're doing solve, we calculate if motor is in position, oh. That's translation. Rotation. Okay, well now I'm really confused. With settings. Bias and a C. Okay. So the bias is coming in as 0, and then C is the error. So that's like, it's literally treating a spring like it's the rotation, I guess, using inertia. This is the weird part. It provides C, which will determine the stiffness, the spring's effects. And they run this, which takes Y. Why does this then take in the difference of angular velocities? And then it subtracts what the spring would want to do. Is that just the same thing as the other one, where it has to have this sort of correction? So if the angular velocities already match what we want to do, then we won't do anything? I guess I'm trying to think of like, what does this mean? Like, how can I interpret this? What does that mean I should set the stiffness and damping to? Like, if I have in my head, I want to be able to correct, um, I guess I could just think of it as radiance, right? So if I want to start, if I want to have like some amount of stiffness at 1 degree, so I would start with this being my sort of displacement of angles. The effective mass is incorporated, so it would just be the sum of the two masses together if they're the same. I guess it would actually be it would be half their masses together. So if I have a 2 kilogram and a 2 kilogram, it would be, I would have like an effective mass of 1 kilogram. But then it's the inertia. And I don't have an intuitive sense of what, like if I were to have, okay, like a pen, right? Is this easy to push, or is like which, is this rotation difficult, or is this rotation difficult? Like which one of these two is the harder one to do? I don't know. I can't even feel it. Actually, I think I feel it. Okay, so I don't even know how to do that, but if I think of like a lever, right? If I were to center it on its mass point centers, like kind of over here, that feels like really easy to rotate, but then I don't really have a sense of, I can't tell. I actually can't tell. Right. I'm just going to throw in a cylinder here or something and then see what the inertia is. Make it 1,000. I'm just gonna have a script. How would I put this over 1? Why are you doing this? Okay, run. I want to see what it is. What is inertia? Infinities. That's whatever. Well, now I'm really confused. Because those numbers don't look like anything. Okay, forget the inverse inertia tensor. Just give me that. Weird. Okay, so the x and the z axis are roughly the same. And I guess that would make sense because if I look on the z axis, rotating this way is like the same thing as rotating this way. I think they're supposed to be the exact same, but the numbers are not exactly the same. Yeah, I think they should be. So that means it takes... Okay, so that means it takes this much force to complete a rotation. Or I think more specifically to rotate 1 radian, which is about... close to 60 degrees. A little bit less. Or actually, this is about velocity. So to give it 1 radian per second takes that much force. Just apply it as like an overall torque. So to see that, I'm going to say state apply torque of that. Argument 1 should be a vector 3, but as a float. Okay, yeah. So I'd expect to see that my angular velocity on the x-axis is now 1. I meant to do apply impulse, apply central impulse. No, dang. Apply torque impulse. Okay. Yeah, I want to see this have a 1 radian per second. Perfect. Okay. And then if I were to do... Whoa. If I were to do this, I would see 1 radian per second on... Oh, I got rid of... on the Y. Awesome. Okay. So this is the force required to reach 1 radian per second, then multiplied by inertia. Basically what this is taking this, multiplying it by the inverse inertia tensor is what it's really doing to get the actual change in every angle. And then it's writing that out as the angular velocity. Okay. So if I were to plug in 1 unit of force, if its inertia is 1, then I get 1 radian per second of change. So I can think of this as, yeah, it's like an acceleration, an angular acceleration of 1 radian per second. So if I say, and then the effective mass is essentially the inertia on that axis. I guess I could think of, I wish these ones would show me the inertia, the calculation result, but they don't. So then I guess what I would do is I would just take this shape. .05, 0.8 with mass of 1. Okay, so to spin, it takes very little force. To rotate that way, though, it would take 0.05 units of force. Is there... I wish I could have like an intuition of how that comes about. Does the height matter? Okay, the height has an impact. But it's not... It was 17 and I was 32, which means it was less. I doubled it and I got less than a doubling of that. All I can do is just plug in the values here and then run it and see what the inertia was. And then I can have some understanding of what that means. So on that shape's, if the joint is aligned with it, on that shape's long axis is roughly 0.05. the short axis, is it more or less just like thinking of it as the distance, the distance that has to be covered by the mass itself? So if I'm looking at it like down the long axis, so my rotation would be, I'm basically looking at a circle. It takes little force. It would take little, okay, let me think of it in terms of work. It would take less work to rotate, to move a point close to the center of mass around that axis for rotation. I'm looking at it on the short axis, so I would be rotating it the long ways. I have to take material all the way over here, move it a large distance all the way around to return. So then that would take more work, which means more force. If I would assume that I was applying, if I was doing the rotation the same amount of time, it would take more force. Okay. So for this, to move it on the short axis, so to keep it from twisting, it takes less force. It would take less force to keep it from twisting. But to keep it from like swinging the wrong way, it would take more force to stop that. So I should think of it as calculating a swing force instead. And I would just do the same thing for both the twist and the swing on the wrong direction. Okay, so I'm looking at 0.05. It takes 0.05 units of work to get 1 radian per second of accelerate. 1 radian. It takes a 0.05 impulse to achieve a 1 radian per second velocity change. An instantaneous change. Okay. So I guess I'm just trying to think about what that means. Okay, so if the mass... If we're essentially looking at 0.05 as effective mass, frequency. What does frequency mean in terms of this? So frequency in other terms would mean it would oscillate. The spring would technically oscillate this many times per second. So it's kind of like if it was displaced by 1 meter, let it go. After a second, it would return to that point. So if I wanted it to return to the same location after 10 centimeters, it would take a full second to come back, right? But I want to say 10 centimeters should take a tenth of a second. Does this even make sense? Okay. So what I'm thinking of is this would be 1 radian. Let me think about this in terms of degrees then. So 1 degree is 0.017 radians. I'll round it up to 0.02. So 0.02 over, I guess I would think of 1 over 0.02 would tell me that on the scale of like 1 degree, I would want to have 50, a frequency of 50, which means one radian of displacement, I would obtain, it would return in a 50th of a second. Okay. Which means it would have to cover, it would actually have to cover twice that distance. So I have to cover 2 radians in that time, in a 50th of a second. So it'd actually be kind of like doing double that. So I should probably think of half of whatever I'm trying to do. Or no, I think it just have, I think it would just be like 0.5 over 0.02. Right, okay. So stiffness of 25 would mean I would cover about a degree per second. A degree in a second. No. I would cover a radian in a 25th of a second. Actually, I would be covering 2 radians. Okay, hang on. I'd be covering a frequency of 1 would mean I would go from 1 radian displacement to 0 back to 1 radian displacement. Which means I cover 2 radians. So if I wanted to strictly cover 1 radian in a second, that'd be like a 0.5 to 0 to 0.5 kind of thing, right? So frequency of I just say, what is my radian that I want to cover? What is my fraction of a radian I want to cover in a second? And then I divide that frequency by 2. I could also just say 0.5 over whatever I want. So frequency of 25 means I should obtain I'm just totally lost, honestly. $25. Yeah, I think I'm looking at this one. What are those numbers that I'm printing there? I think I'm printing... Yeah, I don't want to do that. That's good. And then torque limit. Let's say this can resist. I feel like in this case, a twist is actually going to be a little bit different than like a break. I'm going to call it a twist and then a break. A break should have more resistance than a twist, for sure. It should be able to support more here, because this is like clamps on the side that are like holding this like motor in place. The twist is more like a single rod, basically, that's stopping it from... a rigid rod that's stopping it from rotating. So this one has to support more, and it does, and it should. This one has to support less because it actually has to deal with less. So if I were to say 1, then that would mean what does 1 mean? One means it can support... Is this like an acceleration? I see seconds squared, so I think of it as acceleration. I mean, yeah, it says Newton meter, which just means an acceleration. Though meter is weird because it's more like... I mean, I guess it is, right? Like, to move a mass 1 meter around a circle. Yeah, okay. What do the other ones have? Which one of these did I set up? Was it this one? The linear drive? I have 500,000. Which my thinking behind that is... What did I say? I have... like a push, right? Okay, so if my guy's rocking at 5 meters per second, he weighs 100 kilograms, weighs a mass of 100 kilograms, collides with you, the instant impulse is... That impulse would apply in 100th of a second. Right, so I also have to think about... I think about it in terms of like an instant impulse. So it'd be 5 times 100 times 100. That's exactly what this is. So this one, I guess I could actually just think of it the exact same way. Whoops, whoops. This could move... I guess I should think about it in terms of like what kind of instantaneous acceleration can it sustain? I think rotation... I should not treat rotation any differently than linear, because it's always just a linear amount of motion. So it should be... I'll start with this one. This one's probably a bit easier to come up with. If I were to walk into the end of this, or like the midpoint of the leg, 5 meters per second, I have a mass of 100 kilograms. In 100th of a second, 500,000. It could move a kilogram it can sustain 500 newtons of force applied over a second. But I'm applying it in 100th of a second. So would I just write the same values? 500,000. And then this one's a twist, so I do think it should probably be made weaker. So maybe I'll say 100,000. This could support a meter per second of... This could support 100 newtons. Okay. This is so much stuff. Okay, come over here. Let me see. So that's this joint here. So I'm bending it the wrong way right now. Looks good. I don't know how to test the twist. I guess I could do this almost to test the twist, but then, yeah, okay. So it's kind of not really... What is it doing right now? Why is it doing that? Does it have a drive? Also, I need to disable this. I need to delete this shape. Because it is just constantly rotating really rapidly somewhere. What is... I don't have a motor anywhere. I shouldn't. What is happening there? Why is it doing this thing with its legs? Is it struggling to actually keep that leg up? I think that's what's happening. I think it's some of this is not, it doesn't have enough stiffness or what? Technically, it also has this extra mass at the end, so is this just gonna effectively double it? It looks like it kind of does. Okay, so maybe I'll just start with having it be doubled instead. I think that is what's happening. It doesn't have sufficient force to actually keep it in place once it starts moving. I still see it moving. Yeah, okay. It looks like it really, really struggles with that. So it has to have... It's getting there. It looks worse, but it's getting there. I should probably just use critical damping. I guess I'll just keep doubling it, though, until I get to something that seems like it's pretty stable. Yeah, right. It seems like it still doesn't quite have the force to keep it, to keep this one up. Okay. I gotta take the dog out. I'll be right back. I'm back. Alright, did I just test this? Did I see if this was good? Yeah, it definitely needs just more. Essentially what it looks like happens is it falls over and then it can't like stop itself or slow down or whatever. So I mean, I think the frequency is fine. It probably just is the effective mass. Let me see. Does this... If I had 10, and I said 1 instead... Okay. Alright, so there is like a scaling thing with the frequency, where doubling the frequency has shifted the damping by 1 decimal place, but it shifted the stiffness by 2 decimal places. Yeah, so it has like a very linear response to damping, but a non-linear response to stiffness. Okay. So basically what I'm looking at here is, I just want to be sure that I wasn't doing something kind of dumb where by increasing the effective mass, the frequency might change, but it seems like it's really kind of like a ratio of stiffness to damping is what kind of encodes the frequency there. Weird. Okay. So it really does seem like it just doesn't quite have... It doesn't have like... I have somehow just given it a really bad mass. So I'm just going to keep scaling it up. I mean, I guess technically it's kind of like it's... I don't know. But I'm at 25 here, which... The twist is not doing anything. It's definitely this one. And I don't know if it's hitting that torque limit. If I were to take this value and divide it by that stiffness, that would be after 1 unit. Yeah, I think I actually don't really have to worry about this until I get to, like, that value, right? When actually it's probably more like once my stiffness exceeds that value, then I would actually have to worry about it. Or I would have to start thinking about worrying about it. But I shouldn't have to worry about that and to worry about max torque until I've passed it on stiffness. Yeah, it's really strange. Okay, actually, now that I see it, I think I see twisting happening. But I haven't actually exceeded it on anything yet still, so. But this looks like twisting to me now. This looks like really, really big twisting. Okay. I'll just jump it up to that. Man. What's the mass of this? 1. 1. 1, and then the main body is 10. Yes, this is 31,500. Okay, so I'm not even there yet. Am I meant to double it? Because it's more like 11 on this side and then 2 on this side, right? So should I just be at 2? I guess so, right? Because that's supposed to be effective mass. This is technically responsible for translating 2 kilograms of mass. But it's also angular, which is... I mean, I guess it's the same idea, right? But yeah, it can't... It kind of just can't do it. Yeah. I'll jump up the frequency, I guess. I just don't know. That's like a quadrupling of that value. I just have no intuition on this at all. It still can't correct it. Is it limited by torque now? Could this be a torque limitation? I mean, it just seems like it's not. It seems like it's just slumping over because it can't do anything. I'll have it no limits. Okay. So that's what's happening there. Can that work? I feel like I have to break my mouse to do this. Is it my mouse? Like, is it Godot? Don't know. much force does it need? Do I need more steps? Let me just try jumping the steps up to like a really high number. Ah, interesting. Its legs are actually falling apart. Wow. Okay. Well then. I guess that reveals something about this. That, so basically what I just did was I just increased the accuracy of the simulation and it fell apart. Which means even these linear springs are not powerful enough. So effective mass is basically thinking about it in terms of the lightest body. That's roughly what the result would be. It'll be the lightest body. If both bodies are the same mass, then the effective mass becomes half. So if a 1 kilogram and a 1 kilogram, the effective mass would be 0.5. It would apply that mass to both ends. So my balance here is that I have a 2 and then an 11 on one side. I guess let me even just do the math. So in this case, my effective mass would be just below 2, right? Should I instead use... I don't know, I feel like there should just be like some... I shouldn't even really be thinking about effective mass, perhaps. Because this is a direct multiplier, right? Multiply by 10, I add a digit. Multiply it by 10, I add a digit. Okay. So perhaps I should just leave effective mass at 1. And then I would consider, would I just like use a really high frequency? Is that what I go for? I can think of translational as like, I mean, it is like a shear force. But it's also a compression, it's also a tension, it's like all of it, right? Should I just match the force limit? Maybe I just set frequency to some high value like this, and I have 1,000,000. But I would really divide that in half, I guess. So I would always think of that as being double it. Because I feel like stiffness should be kind of on the same order of magnitude as the maximum force. That kind of makes sense to me, because they're both the same idea. This can resist 500 500,000 newtons of force before it goes from elastic deformation to plastic deformation. But I'm also operating on the scale of like centimeters. Centimeters per second. So if I say 500 newtons of force, I would multiply it by 100 to get it in terms of like a centimeter. Which would actually put that at 50,000. But it's also relative to a meter's... Well, yeah, it'd still be relative to a meter. Maybe I'll just multiply it by 1,000 then. And what would happen in terms of millimeters of displacement. That's also still in terms of force, which means masses are involved. I wish I could just pull one of these out. I think about displacement, acceleration, and mass, all like 3 parameters all at once. Human punch force. So I could think of pulling out two factors at once, which is, I mean, I guess just think of newtons, right? That's mass and acceleration in one step. So think about the mass and think about the acceleration. So I could probably think about it in terms of like, I could just say 110, right? So I'm starting with a baseline of 1,000 newtons. Now that I think about that, I think about displacement. With displacement, what order of magnitude should displacement be acting on? Should be acting on meters, tenths of a meter, hundreds of centimeters, millimeters. I think I should be thinking about force in terms of 1,000 newtons over a millimeter. Which would be 1,000 times 1,000. Which would be in the orders of millions. Okay. So now with that in mind, at what point do I get to millions? I get to millions at roughly 150 frequency. 160 frequency is when I get into the millions. So I'm trying to think if there's... I don't know, maybe I want a higher ratio between damping and frequency. What do these flip? Oh, is it pi? It's not pi. Maybe I start with a frequency of like 1 or 2 or something, and then I would scale effective mass to reach what I want. This also means damping is way higher, which means it's applying more force to actual velocities. But I guess if I really think about it, that isn't really what I want damping to be. Or should it be that high? I don't know. Interesting. What is this? No, what have I thought? I think what I do is I'm trying to pick a stiffness, and then I would have to scale mass to match a frequency that I determined to obtain that stiffness. So if I say I want to be order of 1,000 newtons in millimeters, that's a million. But then I would have to set whatever frequency I think I want it to have. So I still think probably 25, because that determines the ratio of stiffness to damping. And then I have to increase, and then I scale this to what I want it to be. Let me allow the calculator to have more accuracy there. Actually, what's the math specifically? Can I just work out? If I know the stiffness and the frequency and the damping, I should be able to just work out what this one should be, right? I don't do this. I'll flip it around. I'll make a new calculator. So I can start with the stiffness that I know that I want, and then I would start with the stiffness that I want, a frequency that I want, and a damping ratio that I want to get a final damping value. So I'm not giving an effective mass. I'm giving a frequency, a damping ratio, and a target stiffness. It's only calculating a damping. Because I tell it the stiffness that I want. So how do I flip this around? I guess it'd be like taking stiffness dividing by omega. Yep. Less than Twitch sucks. I'm gonna say it. Twitch sucks. 20 million seconds. It's so hard to see that. Hi, Daniel. Before the end of the year, 20 million seconds. That's a lot of seconds. Okay, so I want a frequency of 25. I want a stiffness of 1 million. I want a damping ratio of 1. So if I do all that, then okay. That was weird. All right, what does that look like? It's just sliding around. Why is it accelerating? I don't understand. It's just accelerating. What's up with that? Why do you accelerate? What if I just went crazy? Said all that. What do you think about this? It's accelerating. I mean, I guess in a way, do one of these have like a bad limit? Does this have a bad limit? Technically, this should be allowed to have some... Like, I don't know. I think... I'm kind of hitting that thing where what I saw was, oh, we needed to have 64 steps to get a stable simulation. Like, surely that's not what's happening here. I don't need to crank up the velocity steps by an absurd amount to do this, right? Can my computer handle it? I haven't even touched it yet. Okay. So what's wrong here? What's the mistake? Is this the mistake? Is this number just simply too high? I think it's accelerating again. Yeah. So do I need to crank these up? These need to have... a million. I'm just gonna let it go. See if it suddenly just kicks off and starts accelerating out. I mean, it is possible that this is still just like a friction thing. The crawler isn't applying proper friction onto the ground that it should be. Is it my fault? Could it be a thing where that leg is lifted and so it's not applying any force? So that side of the body tilts down. So I'm getting that 1,000,000 still isn't enough. A million is not enough. $10,000,000. Like, what's enough? Am I running in like a high accuracy? Yeah. It's so strange. Is it that I'm kind of not allowing it to rotate? It might be that I'm also not really allowing it to rotate. I can't remember which way these go. So I think this is like 50 up and then 20 down. Okay. Maybe I'll allow this to change. It's probably like 60 degrees up and then probably not much down. 10. I've got it the wrong way around. All right, so upper is clockwise. So I should want 10, and then I want negative 60 here. So why is this other one written like that then? Up is counterclockwise. You know, yeah, that actually is what I thought it should be. All right. Okay. So it's a problem that this joint can't. Well, I don't know. Is that part of it? This can rotate, but I need to give it something. That's a linear motor. Something like that. Yeah, that like it breaks. It breaks so easily. And then this happens. Like I don't know. Like genuinely what's happening there. Alright, up is clockwise. Lower is counterclockwise. Up is clockwise. Lower is counterclockwise. Like thing is, I can't allow like that. I don't understand how that's. It shouldn't be possible, right? This shouldn't be able to detach like that. I don't know. What if I just had no damping and only spring? What would happen? I still see it shifting. Anything? Can like anything go well here? Like it really is, it really does seem like this joint is just causing a lot of issue. And I'm not really sure what it is. I can't believe that I don't have enough steps at this point. I can't believe that. But my computer seems to still be fine with this, in my opinion, in some ridiculous values. So I'll just see, like, the most accurate simulation I can possibly have. Can I get values that... Okay. So now at this point, it must be something, it must be a problem with something I'm doing. Do I have some high friction somewhere? Am I... Is the crawler doing something? I don't know. I mean, it could just be friction, right? The crawler could be applying. Okay, so that is not correct. That I can say is not correct. So here's what I'll do. I'll go to the crawler. I will have it not do any friction. It's still applying friction. Okay. Is it the stopping friction? Is that the issue? It's trying to apply... That's probably... Maybe that's it. Maybe it's trying to do a stopping friction. Which I have had an issue with that. It would be a green vector. I'm not seeing a green vector. Which means I could turn off the regular friction vector. Okay, I see no move friction happening. So it's not this one. Is it that stopping friction? Why is it struggling so much? Okay. So what I'm guessing is probably happening is yeah. It is possibly stopping friction causing this to happen. Because it seems like when it's frictionless, it actually holds up well. I'm not seeing it launch off. The joint still detaches, which is an issue. Let's spin it back. Try and get it to go this way a little bit. Damn. It seems like it still happens. I'm allowing it to apply like such incredible amounts of force to fix that joint, and it's still just falling off. I'm allowing it to apply many, many steps to solve it. The friction was the friction seemed to be making it launch off because it wasn't applying as a force. It was just a raw velocity, so it was like canceling its velocity in a single step. But that was supposed to that is after I think the space steps. So it comes in with this body and says, all right, here's our velocities we need to do to correct this. And then I say, that's cool, but I'm not going to allow you to do that. And then I stop the crawler in place. So what I think I should do is probably just have like a friction. I think I just need to have a friction constant as a multiplier to stop this from happening on the controller. Because I specifically need this to not be applying this at all. Deceleration is used in some other places though. But I mean, perhaps what I do, yeah, perhaps what I just say is I say, I do just purely turn off I have like a desired what would I want this to be? This is stopping. I don't want to do this for the crawler. And I don't want to do the turning for the crawler. So maybe I'll say like I still want to have friction as like I can calculate a ground friction and it will apply it, but then in the crawler I would just kind of not really compute a friction, I think. Instead, what I should do is I should apply it as the legs would calculate impulses and apply friction to their velocities. That's what should happen there. I mean, there's also just kind of like a general feedback problem. Perhaps what I'm really looking for is yeah, I think this is what I'm thinking of. I need to have no friction whatsoever. I need to have just a switch that says desired ground friction or like desired surface friction. Roller character will set this to 0 when it readies because it will just always have it off. And then I would read this before I apply any of this stuff. Okay. So now I'm like this. I can push it and it will experience. It should just have better results now in general. Though I don't know what the hell's going on there. That's just totally ridiculous. Oh, that's so terrible. Interesting. Is this going the wrong way? Friction. What? Show me what you think the velocity vector is. All the legs just started moving that direction. Let me just step to see. My velocity kind of looks right, but it's, I mean, judging by the legs, it's not right at the same time. So why do all the legs move that way? What's the loop here? We collect normals from the legs and position from the leg. And how do we calculate our motion? We calculate our motion by taking a leg relative velocity. Reduce applied force when leg should not be holding the ground. So my ground velocity is the opposite of my leg velocity. My legs are moving in that direction, and then I'm saying my ground friction is moving in that direction. Wait, when I debug velocity, I think the legs are wrong. The legs seem like they're applying friction in kind of the wrong way. Ground velocity becomes the ground state velocity at local position. Okay. Okay, that's fine. And I say my relative velocity is going to be the ground velocity times ground friction. Okay, that's just not correct. It's just not right. My relative velocity is the ground velocity minus my velocity, and that's, I think, incorrect still. It should be my velocity relative to the ground. That's how everything is, that's how it should be calculated. Character controller. Ground relative contact velocity is my velocity minus the ground's velocity. That is how it should be written. Okay. So now I've computed a relative velocity. How is that used? Update target position. Move along the ground and opposing body velocity. Okay. So, move along the ground and opposing body velocity. So, basically I kind of want to stay in place, but this should be multiplied by ground friction. So this should be my velocity along the ground. So I want to move along that way, but I actually... Okay. Yeah, so now this is definitely right. I am now moving. My target position is relative to the body, I believe. Let me check target bone position relative to this leg. I feel like that's not a good enough explanation of what it is. Okay. 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 So when I'm grounded, I move this far, but I think also subtracting a friction amount. So it should be this far times 1 minus the friction. Does that seem right? Okay, so here's the thing. I'm already going to move that direction. So what I think I mean to do is I mean to say I need to move back by whatever friction would have stopped me from doing. So my friction is 1, I move back, I move backwards, the full relative velocity. Okay, so it's supposed to be this. So I'm looking at relative velocity. So leg velocity, this is how fast the leg is moving. All right, let me say relative velocity is then actually this minus that. And then I want to incorporate friction in here. This, right? Also, I mean, to say relative velocity should be the velocity that's like relative to the body, right? So yeah. So I just wrote it would be relative velocity minus relative velocity times ground friction. So it should be this. My relative velocity is the velocity at this position relative to the main body's velocity. And then subtracting the ground velocity at that part. So now it's relative to the ground. Is this velocity relative to the ground? Is that right? This might be incorrect at this point. This is supposed to be the ground relative contact velocity is what this is supposed to be. So I'm going to change that. I mean, I guess it's still relative velocity to the body. Okay. I want this to be two different things at the same time. I want it to be a relative velocity that the leg moves relative to the body. And yet I also want it to be the relative contact velocity of the leg, the relative ground contact. So it can't be both. So yeah, it can't be both. So I'm going to have, I'm going to call this ground rail contact velocity. And then I have a actually, yeah, maybe, no, because this is like a skeleton. I was thinking for a second, is there like a, where I'm applying friction twice to that front leg where the actual physics sim is doing friction on the leg body to the ground? And then it's also doing friction to the main body from my virtual leg, which I guess that is the case actually. Okay. So this is relative velocity. So if this point of the body is moving forward a meter per second, and the main body is moving forward a meter per second, relative velocity is 0. So I should not move the leg. If this point of the body is moving this way and the main body is moving that way, relative velocity would be to come back and then to move over, right? I think I get it. This. I want to do this. So relative velocity opposes body velocity. So the target remains in the same global location. Okay. So move with calculated relative velocity. Do I set ground friction to 0? Okay. Yeah, let me say this. I'll start with equals that. And I'll do ground relative contact velocity is relative velocity minus ground velocity. And then relative velocity will be opposes body velocity. So should we see this minus relative velocity? Okay. Now this is correct. So now I'll just be adding it, and then friction will be adding the negative. Wait, what? This is supposed to be the that value. Okay, there we go. It still seems like it's oh, whoops. Hmm. Could I still be applying things in the wrong direction? Alright, I just helicoptered. Alright, so what's going on there then? Why does, literally how does that happen? Wait, actually, how does that happen? Alright, let me just do like... I think I missed it. Okay. Now it's happening. So I want to see what it thinks is going on here. God, my velocity is wrong. So these should be in global coordinates, which means I'm looking at, I guess, like a positive x, probably negative z. Right? So like velocity is a negative x and a positive z. So that's not right. Well, I mean, okay. It is to an extent correct because I've calculated my velocity should be this. So this is after I've applied, because this is from integrate forces, this is after I've applied, I believe this is after all the constraints have run. So the constraints have moved the body. Well, yeah, they should have moved the body and applied some velocity to the body. So it says that my body should be moving that way, right? which in a way is right. If that's my velocity right now, that does look correct for my velocity. And I guess we're also moving, one of these legs is moving down into the ground. The thing is, the legs are ending up in a weird place. And these also, the legs also don't apply any velocity to the body. So this vector has a negative x and either a positive or negative z. So there's a positive z. So it's a vector pointing, I guess, along this axis, right? Oh, it's a bit more of a 45-degree angle, so it's more like something like this. It's pointing kind of like this. I guess the thing is, I don't know how this is how this made it helicopter like that. This feels a bit weird. That should just be that. Ground velocity. Then friction should be I mean, yeah, I guess this one's power, right? So it should be but this should also be angular too. Okay. I'm thinking perhaps what I should do is I should just take friction out of this completely. I shouldn't be calculating friction at all. And I should have some smaller body that is just like purely attached by like a position constraint, not even like a joint or anything. Um, like I guess I just wish I could have an individual constraint have some different correction value. Like this, right? Because what they do when they correct for position constraints, they use this multiplier as the correction. And it says setting it too high is probably bad. I'm not sure. I feel like I can correct for it 100% of the time, no matter what. That shouldn't be a problem. Okay, but that's still like flipped over. Did something really strange. Should this really be leg ground velocity? Oh, I multiply it twice. Whoops. Rotation's really interesting. I do see it trying to rotate, and it's like pushing its whole body around trying to do that. The leg should be moving with... What? Did I break that? Oh, I did kind of break that. The leg should be moving... Okay. It's time for me to get lunch, so I'll be back. I'm back. I realized something. I sort of have conflicting forces here, and that might be what's going on. And I don't know what to do about this. What? Wait, what? Sort of like a, here. Just cut that up. Yeah. So here's what I'm going to say. I'm going to skip the force application if it is this specific leg, which should be leg 1. Um, I think I possibly still do that one, but I just skipped the other one. Okay. I don't know. Now I feel stupid that I didn't think of this ahead of time. Because basically, now I'm physically simulating the legs, which means I shouldn't be doing anything like this anymore. All this work that I had to do before I got to making the body more have a physical structure to interact with. I don't know. All right. I'm just going to eat and think about it. I'll be back. I'm back. And I'm still thinking. What is the ultimate purpose of doing this? The ultimate purpose was to allow the legs to have some physical mass to them, and to allow interactions with a leg to affect the body, and also kind of the other way around. If the body moves suddenly, the legs will, lag behind a bit. So that's the intention here. It should not be interfering with things like this, which honestly, I don't remember what this is. I do not remember what that is. I'm gonna leave that there because I don't remember what that is. It seems like it's way more stable now. I'm not exactly sure what I've changed, because I thought I was testing this, it was already broken, and then now it's like working again. But it does seem like no matter what, I'm not worrying about friction anymore. The crawler character will just simply not have friction. It's just always going to be 0. So I guess with that in mind, I'm actually probably just going to make it stay 0 forever. I'm not even going to touch it. It'll be totally reliant on the legs. And what I'm thinking is perhaps I might have another body that is just a sphere or a cube or something. Probably sphere. Sphere would actually be the simplest. It'll be the least taxing on a physics simulation. And the sphere is just there to apply friction. It'll be like an analog for, like, I don't know, a rubber pad or like grip pad or something. When it's grounded, I set its friction to 1. When it's not grounded, I set its friction to like 0.1 or something low, or maybe I even just turn it off. Probably should leave it on something low, and that'll be how I do that. So with that in mind, this should be done. The crawler should stay exactly as it is. I just needed to remove friction from that. Let me check what changes I have made. I don't really care about physical skeletons so far. I just want to see what I've done in controllers. So I added this multiplier for all friction values. While I turns it off, I now have a ground relative contact velocity for this stuff instead of the other way around, which was the relative velocity, but interpreting that as a ground velocity, which is just all wrong. It's not what it was meant to be used as. Friction sets to 0 and we don't have a ground. And then I need to get the leg relative velocity needs to it opposes body velocity. And then I think it needs to then probably needs to oppose the ground with friction. Okay. And it seems like it's moving too much. Okay. The idea with doing this is that it's kind of meant to handle angular velocities. And honestly, I think it just means that the legs should be moving it should oppose the ground relative contact velocity. I'm bored. Do a dance. I'm not dancing. It should oppose the ground relative contact velocity. But then because this is relative to the body, I then have to subtract the body's velocity. What? I don't know, dude. I just don't understand what I've been trying to do this whole time. I had it right from the beginning. Oh, I did not have it right. Wait, where are you going? I don't know what this is trying to do. Gonna diagram it. So I'm going to say the body's moving this way. Right. Body's moving this way. And it is also rotating. Which means I'm going to have a leg here that is going to, I guess, its velocity is probably going to be something like this. Okay. So these are world velocities. Now I need it to be that this leg has to oppose its world velocity. In the reference frame of the body. Okay. So this should just be as a starting point, right? And it's not doing that. Other direction. Why is it not opposing it? Like, they should be standing still already. Why is it not enough? Something is happening. The legs are moving. So it's really weird how they're moving. Does this have to be relative to... Just one, does it have to be relative to the center of mass? That's needed for rotations. Rotation. Rotation. Okay. Let me see if they add the center of mass or subtract the center of mass for me. Okay. gonna stand that. Okay. I'm trying to figure out why this is wrong. Why? Why? Why is it like this? Which leg is this? Should be 0, right? Yeah. So this is... velocity of this leg relative to the main body. That's like, that's... Right, what is target? It is not top level. Its path is leg targets, front leg pair, front left leg. Just target is relative to front left leg, right? It's not top level. It is moving relative to this position. Okay. So if I were to add 1 on the X, it would move this way, right? I do move its position by the inverse of a global basis. Which, is that correct? Yeah, it is, right? My relative velocity should be a global velocity, but in the reference frame of the main body. So if I say position should go, if I say it's why is it wrong? Why does it just not? Okay, I still need to understand why this is wrong then. Because I take the global base of the basis of this, and I use the inverse. Because I want this velocity to be relative to this one. I want to take a global velocity and put it into space of the child, right? So I can do that by taking its basis, global basis, the inverse, transforming the velocity by the inverse global basis. We'll convert a world velocity into a world space velocity into a local space velocity. That's what this will do. So Thing is, this is already going to move with the body. So the body has a meter per second forward. This target is going to move a meter per second forward already. Could this be the problem? So this is where the IK is right now. Okay, it's off by a lot, actually. That's like a lot. That is a lot. It will maintain... Try to maintain relative position using deceleration. Okay, well, I guess the thing is I'm always moving it to where I want it to be. But I'm starting from where the leg is actually. Wait. Shouldn't this be target bone position? Move towards this plus this. Wait, what? I'll just leave it. It seems strange. Can I understand this? Can I understand it? Can I understand why? This will move. What affects this leg? What affects this leg? The forces on this leg are, or I guess what affects this leg is the movements of the main body. If the main body has a velocity of 1 meter per second on the x, this will move at 1 meter per second on the x. That's how it will move. Right? Okay. Okay. So I don't move it by that. And then it will also move with the ground. So if the contact velocity, if the ground velocity is, if the relative contact velocity is 1 meter per second, it will move that way. I can think of it as the velocity of this leg. This will keep it in the same body space position. That's what this does. I don't even think I need to explain any of that, right? This is where the interesting stuff happens. So when we're grounded, we should oppose oppose relative body motion and apply friction on the ground. So if we have positive 1 meter per second, I want to move the negative amount. I mean, probably just say like double ground friction and then clamp it to 1. So I want to do the negative velocity and then the negative It seems wrong. Seems like they're moving too much. So I don't know. I don't know what I've done. It's not making sense to me. It will already move. It's already going to move the linear velocity. So principle, I don't want to include that, right? It's already going to move like this. I also want to oppose is it like this? I'm just gonna write some math out. I want to oppose that. I also want to oppose my relative velocity relative to this velocity. Which cancels out to just having that. I don't get it. But then I have the ground friction. Am I doing that correctly? Oh, to oppose relative velocity. Oh, I don't want to do that. Goes relative body motion, and then move with the ground velocity. So if I'm on the ground and the relative contact velocity says it is my velocity on the ground, is it just doing that? I add ground velocity. How does that work? That's really weird. I mean, it's just like it's not even there. That's so strange. Why is ground friction negative value? I'm gonna scream. Why am I an idiot? How long has that been happening? I don't really know why it's moving away. It's accelerating. Okay. Okay, cool. Why can't it rotate though? And in fact, where are you going? It's just... man. I gotta see what happens in helicopter mode. Oh, I didn't get hit there. It'll get hit by this one. Okay, well, at least the legs are moving correctly now. Now, why does it... I mean, of course it wouldn't rotate because it's not in contact. So there's no way for that velocity to transfer to it. Okay. But I guess my question now is, why does it helicopter? Why does that happen? could cause that to happen. Is it this? Does this do it? I don't understand what this is. I honestly don't know what this is. And it seems like it doesn't do anything when I turn it off. Jeez. I don't know, I'm just such a weird, it's just such a weird place right now. I think I'm done. I think I'm cooked for today. Yeah, that's it. Thanks for watching. I'll be back tomorrow.